All right, we're live. Took a second to look like everything was popping. So we're actually gonna redo level 4 of Dungeon of the Mad Mage. We had done it previously, and we weren't really happy with how it turned out. So what we decided to do was redo it as a single map. And so we'd really prefer to have it in one map instead of, we ended up having it in a top and a bottom section. I kind of messed up when I was making this map originally. I had this thing, I used that program, what is it, Map Grid, and that allows you to set up the grid in your map, and you're able to set up the grid in your map, and you're able to set up the grid, adjust the squares. Now, if you look, now let's go ahead and if you look, now let's go ahead. See, one square is 10 feet on every one of these maps. These are just huge maps, and I didn't remember, but I must have gone in using Map Grid and set this thing up so that it had and set this thing up so that it had and set this thing up so that it had and set this thing up so that it had. What's going on there? That's really weird. That's really weird. So I wonder why chat's disabled on the live stream. Oh, wow. So we just discovered something on YouTube. If it's set up for, so it shows like made for kids, you can't have chat active on your stream. I guess so pervy adults aren't talking to kids in their live stream. I don't know what the dealio is, but that's kind of weird. Wow. That's just crazy. But it's fixed now. So, note to self and note to everybody else, don't set up and say that it's friendly for kids. Who would have thought? I mean, it's kind of common sense, let's be honest. I mean, there are some strange motherfuckers in the world. And it is what it is. So we're going to do this, and we are going to use the new method that we've been doing. So as far as setting this up. We're going to use the pattern tool instead of the cave brush to lay out the cave. This is an entire cave system, so this is going to be a big undertaking to do it this way. But we're going to do the pattern shape tool. We do like the cave floor, so we're going to use that. Hopefully we imported it. We're going to make sure. There it is. Cave floor. Cave floor looks nice. We're going to stick with the cave floor. And I am thinking that we will probably only be able to get the floor and walls done today. Maybe the water. And there is one hole in the ground that we'll be able to do. So let me move this over. As you can see, we messed with our camera today too. We've been messing with a lot of things. I figured out yesterday there were some goofy things going on. Notice I don't have a earpiece in. We're not going to worry about listening because I can't hear it anyway. So let's go ahead and get this started. We're going to set this on below water. That way when we lay the water in, it'll all be where it needs to be. It'll all be underwater. And you know what? No, I'm not going to do that. Let's just go ahead and get this thing started. So we're going to do this in sections. Like I said, it's going to take a while. Not much we can do about that either. And we'll get this as close to the original map as possible. I stopped worrying about absolute fidelity to the original map a while ago. Mostly because it'll just drive you crazy if you sit there and worry about, oh, wait a minute, this isn't exactly the way the map is, you know, the line's off a little bit. It'll drive you nuts. Just get it close enough. As the old man used to say, he'd say, you know, it's close enough for government work. And I'm sure there are some government employees that would still get pissed off by that, but you know what? It's close enough for government work. So we let those overlap. I'm going to lift this up because every time I move over to mess with the mouse, I keep jacking with that. Every time I look, the setting has moved where I like to keep it. So let's do that. Here, I think we're going to do this run down to here. Actually, let's do room 1 as one big area. We got a viewer in yesterday asking about graphics tablets, and that's what we use for this. I mean, honestly, I used to do this with a mouse, and I'm going to tell you, doing this thing with a mouse is just a royal pain in the ass. I mean, some people, you might like going along and mouse clicking, but I think for this kind of stuff, your accuracy is not going to be as good as, you know, using an actual pen like you're drawing. Even though the fact that it's a program that, you know, you can't just let it put this down and draw, you've got to do individual points. It's still easier doing it with the pen and much more accurate than if you're doing it with a mouse. Let me do one thing real quick too while we're sitting here. There it is. Share that out. And then we'll continue with our drawing. Or clicking. Get rid of that. Let's put that up there, and we're good. So I think here we're going to sweep down around here, do one big area there, like that. So let's do that. And this is, I tell you what, this is one of those maps where you're going to have these massive rooms where your players are just going to walk through. You'll do a quick description and they'll keep walking because nothing happens. You know, that is one of the maddening things about, you know, doing these maps is you spend all this time reading the description and you put all the nice looking stuff in, and you know, most of the time players aren't going to be like, ooh, look at that, it looks nice. It's going to be like, all right, there's nothing here, let's go find something to kill. So it's kind of funny, but it's not. You know what I mean? And we didn't even, you know what? We're not even going to bother worrying about this. Well, I say that, I lie. Let's check this. Because we made some changes this morning, and I want to make sure that we didn't screw anything up. I mean, nothing was a drastic change. Let's see. Let's see. Looks like everything is synced. Looks like everything is synced. All right, we're good. That's been our biggest issue lately. The syncing or lack thereof. All right. So I think what we'll do is here we're going to do that. There we go. I think, no, we really can't. We're going to have to do this in pieces. And since we are, we're going to go up and get a little bit more of that closed in. And we won't be able to do what we've been doing lately either, where we go back and forth maybe and show what the old map looked like. We're just going to do our mapping. We're not going to change HDMI inputs or anything like that. because, I mean, the whole system gets really pissed off when I do that. Let's be honest. All right, so I think we can do this area here. We're going to go ahead and there's section 5. I say I'm not going to worry about it, but I don't want to give up too much area. I believe that's a combat zone there. All right. And the reason we can't do this as one continual run is the minute we come here, it would close that whole area in. I mean, technically, we could do that. Let's be honest. We could close the area in and then just put a wall around here. That would bother me, though, so we're not going to do that. So we'll do this as like half of it, and we're going to come up a little bit into this area. We always do overlaps. And most of this stuff, let's be honest, it's all personal preference how you do this stuff. I mean, there's no right or wrong way. I mean, if you wanted to just go in and fill stuff in, then draw walls to block off zones and stuff, that would be fine. But we're going to end up putting a large area, you know, the outside of the map. We need to pick basically our background so that it will offset what this looks like. We'll probably go in and do that in a second since I just thought of it. You know what, let's go ahead and do that. So we need to turn this trace image down. We're going to turn the trace image down all the way real quick. Then we'll come up here, and what we're looking for is, I think it's the terrain brush. Yes, it is. We use limestone a lot. Let's pick something else. We have other stone that we can use. I kind of like to use a lighter colored background since this is kind of dark. So maybe, I don't know. Rock 2, fill. I don't know, I don't like that lattice work that it's doing. We end up using this, the limestone, a lot. I mean, it still gives you a little bit of a gritty pattern, but it is a nice offset. So let's use limestone. That's fine. All right, let's go back here, get our trace back up, and there we have it. Like I said, we're not going to worry about these little misses here. We are not going to worry about all that silly stuff. So let's go here before we do anything else, because we don't want to mess with the grid and screw that up. Pattern shape. Still the cave pattern. You always have to watch for that. And this is another thing. I wish that this would remember all of your settings on the map that you're working on. If you're like me, I will from time to time go back and forth between maps, and your save file does not save the settings for that specific map. So if I'm working in this and I'm working in this background tool or this pattern shape tool, it's not going to remember that you were in there. It's not going to remember your color palettes and stuff like that. So if you're going in and setting up specific colors for specific items, you're going to have to really either finish the map or make a note of your palette colors, because it could be off just a little bit. If you try to go in and just click, you need to remember the actual hex code you were using for it. And for maps where I knew it was going to take me a long time, I mean, I'd try to get like this stuff done in a day. The basic layout of the map if I can. And that stops me from having to worry about remembering the hex codes for the rooms and that kind of stuff. But if you don't have like 5 or 6 hours on a big map like this, you're going to have to write your hex codes down. And when I say write down, you could just what I'll do is set up a notepad and put down, this is what I was doing. And I'll have details for every zone and every hex code for the colors for each item that we're doing. Especially if you're doing like large runs with water. And we're going to have this in this map. We have a river that runs all the way through this thing, right? And that river is going to be a pain in the butt. I mean, it's really going to be a pain in the butt. So, here, I'll show you the river that runs through it. We've got this. It's going to go all the way down through here. It runs as a river. Then, it comes in like little tributaries, pulling into this that creates an underground lake. Now, this is another thing that can drive you crazy with this. The last time I did this, when I laid in the water, I laid all the river down. Then I laid in the lake. I was able to do this, and right as soon as I got here, it flooded the entire map. So you do have to be careful. I ended up having to leave this minuscule gap here and doing something to paint over it, and it didn't look perfect because of that. So hopefully we'll be able to get that done without a massive flooding of the entire map like we had happen the last time. It was like freaking a storm surge coming in and hitting my map. And I tell you what, that can drive you crazy. It really can. Oh, let me make sure something's turned on here. So I think the last time we streamed, the boys left the room. So I do want to make sure the puppy cam's on because the puppies are here. Okay, it is. Yeah, that's always, why are the dogs not in the room? It's like, yes, they're here. The puppies are here. Pretty sure the boys are more popular than Dad is. And you have to be careful. If you double click, you see that like line right here? If you make a mistake and double click, it's going to like do this weird shit to your walls or background and close the shape. And then you just have to undo and redo. I think we can do this. I think. I'm pretty sure we can. I mean, I love this program. If you don't want to go in and use something like Clip Studio Paint, Photoshop, whatever, to create maps, something like this does make your life a lot easier. Now, if I hadn't have gotten so damn picky about my maps, I would just use this, the cave digging tool, and do this whole thing using that. But I really do not like the cave pattern, the floor texture, or the wall. I feel like we can make it look a lot nicer by not using that. Now, some people are really going to love that, and it's not going to bother them. I mean, I liked it when I first started doing it. There are also problems with doing it that way, because it ends up being one massive zone. As it gets bigger, everything shifts, and once we would start getting down to that last third of the map, each click to close in a zone would result in a long save time. Now, we may not have a problem anymore because we've got more memory in the PC since the rebuild. We have the Ryzen 9 processor, which is definitely more powerful than that FX 8350 chip that we had for like 7 years. That was our computer. I have a feeling that the improved CPU power on this might make that work better. But that's also, with this program, something else you have to consider. It's a vector graphics program. You make a change, everything's going to shift. And on a massive map like this, you got to take that into consideration. You're going to have this massive, massive chunk of memory being used. And for big maps, it can cause some small issues. Now, I'll admit, since they've gone to version 1.0 and we haven't seen any more updates to this, I'd have to take a look and see if there are any big updates or changes planned. But since Megasploot did the last update to make it 1.0, we haven't seen any real crashes and stuff. Now, we are going to go ahead and save. And we have this set to automatically give us backups every 2 minutes. And I don't think that's a bad idea. That way, if something happens, you only lose a couple of minutes of work. You just have to go in and find your folder where your backup files are, rename it to the actual file if there's a crash, and you've only lost a couple of minutes worth of work. On small maps, if you're just making small encounter maps, not entire dungeon maps, you're probably going to be okay. Let's see. Can we do this whole run? We probably can. That's a big run, but let's do it. Let's do one big chunk. And you can probably see down in that lower right-hand corner, every 2 minutes it'll say saving. And that's because, early on we were having a lot of issues. And those were common issues, regardless of system, where if you had too many assets loaded, it would cause crashes. Or you would go in and maybe add an asset pack that you needed, and all of a sudden that would crash it. But if that happened, you could end up with an unrecoverable map. So you'd have to go back 2 or 3 auto saves right after that happened, pull it in before you brought that in, and you know, just decide, well, I don't need that asset, even though you probably did. There were a few times where we had major crashes, and I'm going to reiterate, it's not happening anymore. I mean, I can highly recommend this software now. But yeah, you would have some major crashes that really did cost a lot of work. All because of memory management. Alright, so we're going to do 11A, B, and C together, bring it down here. Let's see how much we can zoom. I got to remember to try to keep it over that way so you can see it. And then, like I said at the beginning of the stream, we're kind of experimenting with, on the map making, our camera settings. Maybe one day we'll add a overhead camera to be able to look down on the actual tablet. We do that, that's when we'll have to look at maybe getting something like the, what Elgato come out with? It's like that, oh, what's that damn piece of hardware that you can plug in a camera to? HDMI camera. But it allows you to plug in 4 different sources. So if we start getting that fancy, might have to add that to our setup. All right. Tiny, how's it going? Is the jelly can popping? There it is. And it's perfect. Loki's laying there being a lazy boy. I had to laugh this morning. Yeah, I decided to, on this, experiment and see how it looks, cutting in the face cam so that it's not the entire back of the room behind us. We'll see. I'm not... Here, let's go to this. I'm not super happy with the growth in there. I'm still thinking about losing this. We'll see. Doesn't help that it's all coming in white. With the Empire logo. How do we want to do this zone? We're going to cut it into sections. We always cut it into sections. I'm a sage now. Otherwise known as an old fart. But you'll have to let me know what you think of the camera cut. I kind of like it better than having, you know, all that empty background back there. And other than slouching, I don't really move around much in camera, so it's not going to make a lot of difference. I mean, here, let's give the comparison. You won't see anything on the live screen because it's, you know. But that's the live screen. It just gives you more background. I mean, we still stay centered. So we may keep this even for gaming. I mean, at this point, you can still see, you know, the lighting back there. You can still see the star map on the wall. It's just, you don't need all that extra wall space and stuff coming up, especially since I moved the Mandalorian out of the scene. Let's see. I think we're going to do 12A, like up to here, and then we'll do the rest down there. I think with the smaller square than what we were running before, I have to be more conscious of staying centered. You know what I mean? I moved him out just because it always looked like somebody was getting ready to shoot me in the head. We'll have to find something else to put back there that doesn't look like they're shooting me in the head all the time. And let's face it, you know, I switch through those things periodically. Might have fucked up right there. We're going to have to zoom and see if we left a gap. Is there a gap? No, it's clean. All right. What do you mean doesn't seem like a treat? Oh, like when we switch it? I think I'd rather, you know, once I finally get the shelf up back there so I can get, got a couple of collectibles on the table behind me, and I want those up on a shelf. I just have to hang it too. I have the fucking shelf out there. Keep telling the boy he needs to help me put that up. But, you know, we'll see. Because I don't feel like pulling the table and stuff out. Want to make it threat. Yeah, I don't want to have to move the table. And if I have somebody helping put that damn thing up, I won't have to move the table out of the way. I'll just measure, have them help me. I might just bring the laser level in and do it that way. That way I don't have to listen to them. Dad, I don't want to help. You know what? Whenever they say that shit, Dad, I don't feel like helping. Next time they call and say, hey, Dad, can you do this for me? Hey, I don't feel like helping. Fucking kids, man. And I don't get it. I don't know about you, Tiny, but, when I was younger, my folks were older. And even though my mom was Satan's spawn, if they called up and needed help, when I lived there, I would take care of it. And you saw in 2019 when shit went down and I had to go up there. Once I knew that she was seriously ill, I hopped on a plane and I did what I had to do. I don't know, man. It's like, and it's not how I've raised my kids. I've raised them exactly, well, not exactly the way, because I didn't raise my kids like I'm a fucking Klansman, like my mom acted like. But other than that, I still raised them to believe that, or hopefully to believe that, you do have responsibilities with your family, but it's like it didn't stick. But I think that's common with all kids nowadays, where kids, I don't know, it's like we've spoiled them too much. I don't know what the deal is. I mean, I admit I spoiled my kids, and that is my fault. But, our folks kind of spoiled us a bit. I know mine did, but, I still, maybe it's a generational thing. I still had that sense of responsibility, toward family. Yeah, the mom's house visit was a fucking nightmare. And then it didn't help that, after being up there, I was sick for 6 months because she had a 1/4 inch of dust in every room. And that respiratory infection wouldn't go away since I was allergic to old lady dust, I guess. I think any normal human being would have issues with a 1/4 inch of fucking dust everywhere, where if you hit it, it became like a cloud of death in the room. For somebody who claimed that they were like a clean, neat freak. Oh my fucking God. I'm Snowbiz. How's it going? Yeah, that mom's house, absolute nightmare. But I would do it again because it was my fucking responsibility. If I hadn't have done it, if I hadn't have gone up there and spent that time up there and did everything that needed to be done, it wouldn't have been done. God knows what would have happened, if it was up to my sister. Because she had spent years just waiting for her to die for money. Awesome. Here's the thing. It was May the 4th, so I had to play it yesterday. Fortunately, like I said, it it's in my playlist. So And you know what? We're just going to put walls in here. And we're going to create one big zone for 16. I'm not gonna be that anal about the walls here. But it was in my playlist, and I'm like, you know what? It's Star Wars Day. I've been wanting to play that game. Let's play it. I think the only thing, and I'm probably being too picky, but it really seemed like so many scenes and things that you did in that were just totally ripped off from other games. Like that train scene. I mean, how much more obvious can it be when you're doing all that jumping around on the train and it feels just like, you know, you're playing the train scene from Uncharted 2 where you're doing all that jumping and skipping between cars and shit. It was like, seriously? I know I've played this exact same thing someplace before. So I don't know. I feel like some of that, maybe it's just, you know, you start running out of new things to do in games. I mean, Tiny knows what scene I'm talking about because he's seen me play that game so damn many times. And Newcomer was in. She knew the exact scene because she's a fellow PlayStation gamer. Even though now we've moved over to Xbox since that's what we were able to get with the new consoles. I tell you what, for the price of entry, I love the Series S. Don't play that until 2022. Like I said yesterday, I ever get a PS5, one of the first games I'm going to play is not going to be a new game. The beauty of Uncharted, though, is each game can be played in around 8 hours. So we could spend 3-4 days and we'd be done with the entire Uncharted series. You know, just run 8-hour streams every day and we'd be done every day. It was crazy when I used to do, was it Extra Life streams? You know, you'd be off for 3 or 4 days. When I used to do those things, you know, the charity streams, in a 24-hour stream, I could do Uncharted 1, 2, and 3, and a lot of times I would start another game and start playing it. But we'll be part of it for the 9th time. You know, I just love that story. I wish that they would make a new Uncharted, which they probably will, but it's probably going to be the daughter. You know, they're not going to do Nathan Drake. I guarantee you that's what will happen. Even though, and let's face it, I probably won't play it because I really enjoyed the characters in that game. And if you go up and you reboot it and you're like, oh, we don't need Nathan Drake anymore, wrong. Wrong answer. Well, we're getting these rooms done pretty quick. I should say these zones. Okay, so we do have Vermintide in our random selection now. So we will be playing that. Yeah, I think that their choice of actor for the are they doing an Uncharted movie? I finally decided to do that because, you know, I get into a rut. I admit it. I get into a rut where I'll just keep playing the same game every day, which, let's face it, I know their viewers, that's what they want to see. They come in. Remember when I played my first Skyrim playthrough? We picked up a ton of viewers, and then the minute, because I play games the way I play games, I finish a game, I'm done. You know, unless I decide to go in and play it again, and it's usually not going to be right away. It's going to take me a while to go back in, but, you know, we got a lot of viewers, followers, stuff like that during that first Skyrim playthrough. And, you know, once I said, okay, we're done with Skyrim, we're going to move on. I think I moved on to Assassin's Creed Odyssey at the time. Isn't that what we moved to? Or did we move to Red Dead Redemption 2? It was one of those two we flipped to. And it was like, as soon as we changed, done. You know, those people were like, okay, we'll never watch you again because you're not playing Skyrim. I like playing Skyrim, but I couldn't play it constantly all the time. I think the only games that I can, you know, play a lot that are like that are like shooters, and it's more because, you know, when I play COD, games like that, it becomes more a matter of trying to get weapons, achievements. If I actually put live chat on, hey, 000, no idea what you said there. If I actually put live chat on, I do get a great deal of amusement out of people raging when they're getting their asses kicked by a almost 60-year-old man in the fucking game. I mean, when I was playing offline yesterday when I put that game up, and I ended up playing off and on while I was cooking that tri-tip I made last night. And I didn't take pictures because, let's face it, once you've seen tri-tip, you've seen tri-tip. But I had chat on, and oh my god, motherfuckers were just raging when I was going at one game where I went 30 something and whatever. It was like a 3.5 KD ratio. People were raging. They're like, you're cheating. It's like, motherfucker, you just suck. You're getting your ass kicked by an old man. You fucking suck. You're getting your ass kicked by a slow old man, let's be honest. What do you mean far from 60? I'm 57 this year. I got three years to go. I am dancing with death. For some reason, though, yesterday, I mean, my reaction time was just perfect on all those games. I went through and it was crazy. I was getting merciless and shit like that, you know, 10 kills but without dying. It was nuts. Since I was a 54-year-old kid. My body hasn't felt like a kid in a long time. Well, see, Luca, I understand. I understand if, like, you know, one day I'm playing a game that it's like, yeah, I'm not really interested in seeing that. It's like Depper. Yesterday was her birthday. You know, she used to be in here a lot, but she's working crazy hours. But she was off yesterday, and I think she was disappointed because it was her birthday. She was going to come in the stream, and I was playing Star Wars. Now, I told her, this is the irony. She's born on May the 4th, which is Star Wars Day. and she hates Star Wars. So I kind of thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, I thought that was funny as shit. But I know if I'm playing a Star Wars game, she won't come in because she hates Star Wars. I don't know where the animosity for the Star Wars movies came from. Unless it's like her parents watched it like every day her whole life and she's like, I can't fucking stand Star Wars. I don't know. I never really delved into this psychological rift over Star Wars. I mean, I was thinking about adding Fable 3 into the random mix. But I don't know. I don't know how those 360 games are going to look because they haven't been remastered. You know, on the new consoles. And are there going to be issues kind of like we were seeing with Skyrim? Because we were seeing some that double click issue was pretty freaking serious. Where you go in to sell stuff and it's double clicking and making it go away. That was not a small issue. You know, I had to go in and check because my Whiterun axe that they give you, that went away. There were all kinds of things that I had to go in and rebuy back at full price after they gave me like nothing for it. But apparently that's an issue all across Xbox. And when we played Skyrim the first time, we played it on PlayStation, and we never had an issue. And I admit, I'm not really into modding games. I know Weirdo, what does he have, like a billion freaking mods? It's like 800 mods that he runs on Skyrim. Number one, I can't even imagine the amount of time you have to commit to finding 800 mods that you want to run on a game. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's kind of crazy. What do you mean he doesn't have to do it? So somebody else, and then you guys are a negative influence on him. You have to load all these mods in. They're awesome. It's a wonder his system can even run with 800 mods. He was saying he's got a much older system, so I don't know. Does it cause problems for him when he's trying to play that and stream at the same time? I mean, I know my old 8350 probably would have fucking imploded. Okay, Tiny. Have a good lunch. So we're zoomed out. It's not as accurate as when we zoom in. I've said this before, and I'm going to reiterate I love this mapping program, but the fact that it's a vector graphics program, you can't just drag your pen and draw. You're either drawing shapes, like squares, circles, ovals, whatever, or you're doing what I'm doing and clicking to create those vector points that'll be joined together to make your straight or curved lines. And vector drawing programs do drive me a little bit over the edge. One of these days we may pull Clip Studio Paint out and perhaps have a go at drawing the map. Actually drawing. I say pull it out. You know what I mean. Click it, start it up, and go with it. Yeah, but you can just draw with it. You don't have to go dot, 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 dot. And that's what drives me crazy with this. My hand, when I get done doing this map today, my hand is just going to be worn out from all that little tap, 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 tap motion that you do the entire time you're doing it. You know what I mean? Yeah, with this you have to tap every little. I mean, you can kind of see each little tap that I'm doing, and it's kind of maddening. I mean, once I get to the point where we're done laying in this layer, I'll end up taking it I'll end up taking a couple minute break just talking or whatever, because, it's just that tiny little motion that just wears your ass out. You know what I mean? And this is one of those things, I mean, I shouldn't be tired when I get done doing this, but I'm tired when I get done doing a mapping stream. It's not like when I'm gaming or whatever. I don't end up exhausted when I'm done. But this, it does. It is, especially if you go 6-7 hours. it can wear your butt out. Fortunately, looks like we're getting, because this is it's a cave system, so we're not going to have to do a bunch of switching like we do on some of these maps where it's got caves, different floors, all these different aspects. And Luca, I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to complain. You can't really complain with a single developer making a program that I spent $20 for that in the end does make my life easier when it comes to mapping. You haven't been in here when I've talked about this. I run D&D games, and I use virtual tabletops for it. I mean, I've always used a virtual tabletop, probably for the last 4 to 5 years. For a long time, I used Fantasy Grounds. I experimented with Roll20 for a while. Last year, I was still using Fantasy Grounds, and I'd started messing with Fantasy Grounds Unity. My issue with Fantasy Grounds when Unity came out is it was buggy. Buggy as hell. So, I mean, you should be able to click on a monster in your virtual tabletop, it comes up. It would be like you click on it, between 30 seconds and 2 minutes later it comes up, or the tabletop would crash. Now, I didn't have time or patience enough to wait for them to fix it, which it took them like 3 months to fix it. Well, once that started happening, my option was to go back to original Fantasy Grounds or look for a tabletop that wasn't fucked up. And I kind of was angry at the time that it was fucked up. And I decided, you know what, I'm going to find something else. And that's when I found Foundry Virtual Tabletop, which, in my opinion, is far superior to Fantasy Grounds. One of the things that makes it extremely nice to use is the fact that when I get this done and I have walls, doors, windows, everything in here, it will all, when I save the VTT file, all that stuff carries over to my virtual tabletop. I don't have to go in and draw walls, doors, windows, anything for line of sight. It's all automatically there. And, here's the other beautiful thing about it. It's a one-time buy-in of $50 instead of where you pay monthly fees for like Roll20, or if you want to have the ultimate version of Fantasy Grounds, it's like $150. This is cheaper, and it works better. And if you're like me, and you like to make your own maps for when you're gaming, it makes that absolutely seamless. So, with Fantasy Grounds, if I pulled a map in that I wanted to use, I'd have to spend hours creating the walls, doors, all that kind of stuff, because they did finally add line of sight to bring it into line with what Roll20 had with their dynamic line of sight. But the fact that this just worked out of the box, the Foundry Virtual Tabletop, I mean, it was a no-brainer. And I'm able to use my, I buy my books now on D&D Beyond. It's pretty rare for me to buy an actual hardcover book for D&D, since I hate carrying them. My son will always get like the collector's edition. He likes to have it on the shelf. But it's funny because he doesn't like to crack the book open because, let's be honest, Wizards of the Coast is notorious for having absolute shit product quality when it comes to their new books. All of the original Player's Handbooks when 4th edition or 5th edition came out that I have, just from, and I never let, when I'm running a game, I don't let players use my books. My personal opinion is if you're going to play, the least you can do is own the Player's Handbook. It's not up to me to provide it, especially since I do a lot of public play events. I'm funny like that. I don't let strangers mess with my books. And I don't, don't touch my dice, don't touch my books. I'm here to run. I'm not here to be a public library. But, they would have broken down much sooner if I had have done that. But if I were to hold the binding and go like this, pages would just fall. Go like this, pages would just fall right out of my Player's Handbook. And it's because they use this process called perfect binding, and it's anything but. It's basically they glue it in, and they put the thing to make it look like it's a stitched book, like actual quality books would be, stitched so they hold together. Now, I know Pathfinder uses a perfect binding system, but I guess they use a printer that doesn't suck because their books don't fall apart. So, I've had a lot of issues with Wizards of the Coast over the years, but it really got bad with 5th edition. The fact that their books just fell apart. And every new release, you're running the chance when you pre-order books that there's going to be printing errors and all kinds of stupid shit. And then they're going to say, oh, well, we'll send you a new copy of the book. You just have to do this or that. You shouldn't even have to send a fucking book back. There shouldn't be any errors. That's what editors are for. But that's just one of my personal gripes. Newcomer! Loki is not moved. I'm not even having to adjust the camera. It's awesome. He is such a lazy boy today. How are you this fine day? Oh my God, we are almost, let's zoom out. Are we almost done with the floor? We are almost done with the floor. Then we have to do the stupid walls. And I have a feeling these walls are going to be no fun at all. They're going to be a lot of long runs here. Every day above ground is a fine day, newcomer. That's the way I look at it. All right. You know it's not going to be a fine day? These are continuous wall runs. That is going to suck. So we're going to do, I think what we'll do is these internal regions like that. We'll do the voids here. And then, see, this is where it's going to suck. Because this is going to be, I think it's one continuous run all the way around the perimeter. Right there. I'm just tracing visually to see. Yeah, that perimeter is one continuous run. And if you've seen me mapping enough, you know how much I freaking hate a continuous run. And that will make it a slightly less than fine day. Let's be honest. All right, let's pick a cave wall. We've been using this. I think we're going to use something different today. I kind of like this, but if you don't do it in the right direction, that kind of fade on that wall, that fade that it shows there will be on the inside, and you don't want that. What about this? Same thing. We really don't want a stone wall. We could do this thin stone wall. How about that? Let's see what else we have for an option. Let's do that. It looks a little bit more narrow. So I think that's what we want to do. So Luca, I may be mistaken. Was it you yesterday that said you threw out all your 5e D&D books? Or was that somebody else? This is my old man memory, you know, doing its thing. Somebody else? I'm still kind of, you know, I can understand. I mean, I really can. I can understand being fed up with 5e, but I wouldn't throw my books away. Yeah, you were asking. I remember that, but I couldn't remember who came in and they're like, "I'm so pissed at D&D, I threw all my shit out." I should have asked them what was the final straw. Like I said, I can understand. I mean, there have been some things that have annoyed the shit out of me the last few years when they put out new books. Like when they put out a book that's new that was nothing but reprints from different sources. I mean, that's as blatant as it gets when it comes to, you know what? We need a monetary influx this quarter. Let's make a book. Wait a minute. We don't want to pay anybody to actually write anything. So let's reprint shit from like all these other books and say, we're doing it for your convenience. I mean, come on. That's mega bullshit. That's why I won't buy hardcover books from them anymore. They've just gotten to be so money grubbing and lazy with their shit. I can't do it. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do the wall for this void, that void, and then we'll move over to there. So Luca, have you decided that you're just going to go ahead and get a graphics tablet now instead of trying to get a laptop that's like a jack of all trades? I mean, in the end, it's going to be cheaper if you have a machine that can handle drawing to just get the graphics tablet. Yeah, I understand. I mean, I committed to a graphics tablet, once I started doing a lot more drawing and stuff using the computer. The room I'm in right now, um, used to be set up as my painting studio. I mean, where I am right here, I had an easel that would handle 4-foot canvases. Next to that was another easel that was made for working with illustration board. Um, Next to me, I kept a silent air compressor for the airbrush. Um, and then right there, where you can't see, was a workstation that I kept brushes, paints, supplies, all this kind of stuff in. I mean, this whole room was dedicated to nothing but doing art. And, you know, I got tired of the mess and the clutter and decided, you know what, if I'm going to continue doing anything, it's all going to be digital. Now, I mean, I've got some stuff that I kept. I used to, and I haven't really done it since the kids have gotten older, but every Halloween I would do like 2 or 3 large paintings that I would put out for Halloween that were themed like that. Vampires, all this kind of stuff. Um, my whole front yard would be filled with that kind of shit. It was, that was my annual thing. My Christmas display would be stuff like that. But, kids have gotten older. I don't mess with that stuff anymore. I mean, I still have, each one of those things that I made, they were all, what, 4 feet tall, 2 feet wide. So it was always a lot of work. I would start a couple months before Halloween getting stuff ready that I wanted to paint for the year. And I've kind of stopped painting portraits for people and stuff like that. after we have these walls drawn in, we're going to have to come in and take a look and see if there are any gaps. Like here, if I were to do the wall on the outside, that could leave like a void where you're going to see the mountain through instead of the texture that we put down. So we'll go and see what we missed or where we went too far inside. But yeah, this room was always dedicated to that kind of stuff. And then I was like, you know what? If I want to do anything, we're going to go digital. And I want to be able to have... So I used to have... I've got like this right over there. I've got a set of glass that I've mounted on the walls. That's got my consoles and all. I had a monitor above that. And I would keep basically a small table that I would throw a laptop on. And I would stream through... Is it on my table even? Over here, one of the external Elgatos. I would use that, and I was like, let's just say, fuck it, go digital, turn this into a computer room, and go for it. Of course, now since I don't worry about painting stuff for other people anymore, I don't really worry about doing much of that. Most of my time in here, if I'm in here, it's gaming or doing stuff for D&D campaigns or working on maps. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I like that wall. That works. It's much narrower than the one that we were using. We're using that thicker cellar wall. Come on. Come on. What the fuck? That's nice. That's when you know you're getting old. I must have cut myself. I looked down and there's like dried blood on my arm. There's more, but how did I cut myself? Didn't even know that. I am my father's son. He used to do that shit. He'd cut himself and didn't even know. He'd be sitting there bleeding. It's like, you're bleeding, Dad. So I'm just going to sit here and bleed. Probably I was roughhousing with the dogs this morning. Didn't notice it. I got scratched. I know, Thor, you didn't do it. He's like, I didn't do it, Dad. Well, it's like you look down and you got this plop of dried up blood sitting on your arm. It's like, what the hell happened? But I can see it's like a line with a couple of digs, right? That's a big void. Let's do the little voids first. I need to reorganize my desk a little better. I laugh about it. My father, he would come in from cutting the lawn, right? And he was a madman. He had a like a tractor lawnmower, and all around the perimeter fencing and stuff like that, there would be big bushes. Some of them had GG, hello, how you doing? Had stickers and stuff coming off. Well, he didn't care, just go around that perimeter, finish cutting the lawn, he'd come in and he'd just have cuts all down his arm and shit. My mom would be freaking out. Walter, what is wrong with you? And he'd be like, it's nothing. Be slapping where it's bleeding. It's fine. Tell you what, you didn't want to work around that man. You could lose like body parts if he was running power saws or something like that. funniest thing, we were putting an addition on the house, and I wasn't down there working on the house that day. He was not supposed to be really doing anything because he had had a stroke, so I ended up taking like months off from work. I dug the foundation, poured the concrete, um, laid the brick and all for the foundation, and framed it in. And on the weekends, if I wasn't down there working, which I tried to always be there taking care of it, otherwise he would go down and start doing crap. So he goes down there one weekend, starts cutting some wood with my idiot nephew, and he tells him to hold the board. And he's like, "Well, I'm not putting my hands near that." So he puts his foot on the board. Well, the old man's going through. He hits a knot in the wood, and so it repels back and it goes right across the kid's toes. It literally cut the top of his shoe off, so it was flopping down, and just went through like that thick on the top of his toes. Didn't cut them off, but he, it goes silent down there. My mom and sister are like, "Wait a minute, it's quiet. Nothing good could be happening." And my freaking idiot nephew comes up limping with his, toes pointing up in the air, and my old man's like, "He didn't get out of the way." It's like, oh my God. He was dangerous to work around. And this is a guy that worked construction his whole life. I guess it's a good thing that I say work construction, but, he owned a company and he basically sat in a trailer and yelled at people. It's a good thing he didn't do that much work. Otherwise, he would have killed himself or somebody else. Tiniest scratch, looked like he got a deep cut, probably because it's gushing. That sucks. Growing up in a family that, that's what they did. I'd work summers on the jobs, and you'd always end up cut, banged up, all kinds of shit happening. That's going to be a bad turn right there. I want to see if anything's showing through here. I had two places where it looked like I turned a little bit too far outside. But we're not seeing this showing through there. All right. Sharp piece of grass. That is crazy. So I assume hemophiliac. So you have to carry something so for clotting. Not that bad. Well, that's a good thing if it's not that serious. All right, we're going to keep doing the small voids, and then we'll come back in and do these big runs. When I say small, some of them aren't really that small, but we'll do this one next. You love the dog cam? Everybody loves the dog cam, GG. Oh, I got to remember these are voids here too. Let's go ahead and get these done because I don't want to finish the map and then be like, oh wait, it's not finished. So let's look for all these little internal voids that we decided not to draw the floor around. Who let the dogs out? Look at that. Well, Loki moved a little bit. I have to actually... move it a little. And Tessa, she acted like she wanted to come in this morning, but then she was like, I don't really want to come in. Only if you leave the door open. She believes I should have an open door policy on the game room. And I told her there is no open door policy, and she looked very distraught over that. Tessa's being trouble. That's what Tessas do. If I did that, they'd be in and out all day. The dog cam would not be reliable. I tell you what, dogs are the biggest busybodies in the world. It's not like you're the old lady that lives down the road that worries about the kids on their lawn. It's dogs. They are the biggest busybody. Let me... I need to... Tell you what, I'm gonna... Come on. There you go. I need to leave that up so I don't have a delay there. See, now Thor's being a busybody. Aren't you, Thor? Now, I'm going to move it so we can see him, and he's going to know what I'm doing, and he's going to move. He's looking at me right now like, don't put that camera on me. I'm doing it. We're doing it. He knows what we're doing. Let's see how long he stays there. The other day was a good boy. He was smiling into the camera. Oh, come on. There we go. Thor's my bud. Aren't ya? He was always a mama's boy. And, you know, the picture down there on the bottom, that bottom right corner of the jelly cam, that was Jelly, a rat terrier. And that was both Thor's girl and his bully. Because she would boss him around. But he's been devastated ever since she died. And after she passed, I know I'm talking about her. He's like, don't talk about her. That's my girl. You know, after she passed, he, like, instead of being a mama's boy, bonded with Dad because he was so upset. I guess he knew I was upset when Jelly passed. And, so now, like this morning, I'm like, come on, you want to go work? He comes running into the room. He knows he has a job to do. Right, buddy? He also knows when we're talking about him. Definitely a silly boy. I'm going to zoom out. I keep forgetting that I have the little zoom wheel. I tell you what, Luca, this is going to be the one thing that's going to take getting used to. If you're used to using like a mouse along with the thing, and you're used to like using your scroll wheel to zoom in and out on work when you're working on it, I still don't use the little scroll knob when I should. I end up reaching down and using my mouse, even though right at my thumb, I've got something that's much quicker and easier to use. And it's crazy because I've been working with this XP pen for a long time now. And I still reach for that mouse. That's a pretty long internal void. Let's finish the little inside walls. Make sure we've got those all done. I'm dreading this long run around the perimeter. These perimeter runs are the worst. All right, there's a couple here. Let's follow the river. Got all those little sections done. Go through here. I think now we've got just perimeter and big voids. Tell you what. Now you definitely have more control over your zoom using that little red wheel on this tablet than on the mouse. The mouse seems to do bigger jumps when you zoom than the zoom wheel does. I'm not happy with that. Let's see what it does. We can edit the points if we really have to. Let's see. Where was that zone that I was not happy? We should have turned the shadows off on these walls. We're going to keep it the way it is, though, because I'm not redoing the whole map. Oh yeah, playing a story game, that takes like all your concentration. I mean, last night when I got on and I was playing Call of Duty, I was in a couple of friends' streams watching, and in between matches I'd chat. Funny because one of them was in playing Fallen Order. You figure that's always going to be a big day for Star Wars games. I wonder if anybody's still playing the new Battlefronts. I haven't tried to go into them in a while. Who let the dogs out? I guess since I'd be playing on Xbox and they don't have like cross save, I'd be starting all over. Since all of my gameplay on that was on PS4. You only played Battlefront for the story? That was one of those games where it definitely, if you were in multiplayer, that became like sniper hell. I mean, Call of Duty is quite often sniper hell too, especially like the current game. It's all quick scoping hell. And where I used to try to quick scope in those games, I don't even mess with it anymore. It's been a long time since I bothered trying to quick scope. I may run a sniper rifle in game once in a while, but I'm hard scoping. Yep. It's a dog camp. Sorry about that, newcomer. Thor moved. Now he's underneath of me, having a bad dream, apparently. These wall runs are maddening. And this one's another long one. It would be nice if we could set up a dog cam so that it would, either track them as they move or search, spin and search looking for the puppies for me. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I mean, all the ways that I've seen are like expensive as hell. This is where using that cave tool on the mapping software is really, really attractive because it'll do the walls, draw the cave floor. You just kind of drag and paint the zone. But it doesn't look as nice. So we've opted to go with this technique to make the walls and everything look nicer. Let's go ahead and save real quick. And I'll show you what I mean. I'm not going to pull up the map. I'm going to pull up the file that we have inside of here. So if we look, so I mean the patterns here, the walls, they all look pretty nice. It looks like pebbles on the ground like you would have in a cave system. Looks nice and rough. You know, we can add stuff that we need to. You know, it basically, it looks good. So now the cave tool itself, like I said, it's much more convenient, but it's, you know what, instead of going to another map and showing, I'm just going to, I don't know, can we undo it when we do it? I think we can. We'll find out. I'll be really pissed if I fuck the map up, but let's go. So let's say down here this was a cave zone. If you're using the cave brush, this is what it does. So you can kind of draw the cave. See, and this is where you can actually draw instead of doing the dots, right? So we draw the cave. There it is. Now you want to do a tunnel off of it. You go there. You go tunnel this way. You keep doing that and it builds the cave out. But I don't like this floor texture. And I am not a fan of this wall compared to the texture there and the wall that we're using. So it comes down to, do we want this to look really nice, or do we want to be able to do it easy? And we've opted for all of the maps that we've been doing recently and all the ones that we're redoing. We're opting for, let's make it look nice instead of let's do it easy. But as you could tell by that cave tool, we probably would have had the entire cave system done with walls in place already. So can we really say it comes down to an artistic choice? Or do we just want to say it's a visual choice? You know, either way, it's a choice we want it to look a little better when we're done. And then once we have these walls totally done, we can start laying in the water. And I think once the water's in place, we'll probably go ahead and do all the, because around these edges where the water is, there's rubble and stuff under the water. So we'll lay that in. And hopefully we won't have a flooding situation when we're done. This is exterior wall there. That's interior void. Have we gotten all of our interior voids? I think we have. Now we just have that one long, horrible run to do. Whew. Let's do it. Got to make sure I don't have my finger on that. There's a button on the pen you can use, and I have it set to do double clicks for some of the things we do in here. Fuck! I keep hitting the wrong one. There we go. So I saw that void go away. I need to mark these buttons with what I have them set up for, but I don't really want to since I use it for other software as well. For the longest time, when we were still playing D&D in person on Wednesday nights, when I would run Adventures League for one of the stores here, I would carry my laptop, the monitor. Can you see it behind me? Yeah, there's a monitor kind of right there. I'd carry that with me. And I stopped using miniatures and maps at the table and started using that. And I would use Fantasy Grounds, original Fantasy Grounds, not Unity, to put the maps up on the board. And I would actually carry a tablet with me because original Fantasy Grounds did not have dynamic lighting and line of sight. So what you would have to do is go in and, as they entered an area, you would open it up. And I would use a tablet because it was much easier to go in and draw the zones that were opened up. So I'd have my laptop and, the screen that they could see, and then the tablet where I was opening the map up. Tell you what, that was a little bit of a pain in the butt to run it that way. I guess you could opt to just leave everything open instead of have Fog of War on there. But then, your players are going to be able to see the entire freaking map. I was almost going to get really fancy and set it up so that I would carry a tablet, connect the tablet to my PC, and then on each one of their turns, they could go in, move their, just hand the tablet as their turns went around to the next person and let them do their movement and all that kind of stuff. Even though I was basically running the game through Fantasy Grounds, I still let them roll dice, because everybody enjoys the experience of rolling their die, except for my one player who, when she actually rolled real dice, had a tendency to roll a lot of ones. It was funny because she was pretty sure she was cursed, so she got to the point where, when you buy dice, they come in that, like a plastic box. She would have the D20 and other dice on the table. She would use that box so she didn't physically touch her own dice. And she would scoop them up and roll it inside of there and look at what the number was. Because she thought if she actually physically touched the dice, that it was going to curse them and they could not roll more than like a 1 or a 2. And it almost seemed like that was the case. She still has really bad luck with, the randomizer playing through Foundry Virtual Tabletop. I've never seen somebody with such bad RNG luck. Fortunately, she still has fun, even though she's like the unluckiest player I have played with ever. But it's fun. She's awesome to play with. Because she actually, she has a great time playing, even though her characters always, they could be built to be awesome characters and they suck because they can't make rolls. Can't make saving throws, can't hit. When she does hit, she could be hitting something that's been getting the crap beat out of them, and the damage she rolls will leave that thing with 1 hit point. She can't kill something. I think the first time she actually got a kill in D&D, she was just so excited. It was hilarious. I can't believe it. It's been over a year. I finally killed something. It was awesome. And I tell you what, a lot of players would just quit playing if they had that bad of luck. But she's been playing with me now for a couple of years. You know when she gets crits? Initiative rolls. Yeah, sometimes I do. I do get mesmerized doing this. Yeah, that's generally when she's going to get a crit, is when she's rolling initiative, and then she'll get to go first and then go horribly. But somebody has bad luck, that's what they're going to do. They're going to crit on an initiative roll. And then they're going to, come back and roll 1s on their attacks. She started playing casters so that she could throw like fireballs and stuff, and then she's got to count on me rolling poorly. That's worked out much better for her. Doing things that require, the NPCs, the enemies and stuff to make saving throws. And then she'll be like, well, I want to save a spell slot, so I'll cast Firebolt. And then, it's back to normal rolls. Thank God she didn't do like a wild magic sorcerer or something like that, because she'd be imploding the party every 5 minutes. Rolling a 1 on her freaking attack and then having to roll on that stupid table. Personally, I think that would be hilarious and fun, but the rest of the party probably wouldn't see the fun of it. I know she would. man. I mean, I end up with so many stories over the years from playing at public play events. And unfortunately, let's be honest, a lot of the stories are just stories that become anecdotes of what a player should never do at a table. You know, like, how do you. This is what you don't do so you don't get thrown out of a convention or some shit like that. I mean, I've been saying for a while, and I know my Wednesday group that I play with, we now have I mean, we're all in Texas. We've all played together for a good while. Um, I ended up tossing a player from our virtual table because, he, he crossed the line. And so one of the people at our table is like, well, there's somebody I know that's been looking to play D&D with a group for a while. They're an experienced player, but they're like in Minnesota. I'm like, well, you know what? We're playing on a virtual tabletop. Let's fucking go for it. So at this point, the way the party is, having an out-of-state player, I'm pretty sure we won't go back to playing in person live unless we decide, like, once everybody's vaccinated, I'll probably say, hey, why don't you come over on a Sunday or something and we'll play. And I'll smoke some barbecue. We can eat. We can play for more than 2 hours at a crack. Have some fun, and we'll set up so that he can Skype in and play. But that might be the extent of me playing in person from now on. Is just having a few people over to the house to play, not actually going out and being driven crazy by 170 people a week. Now, I know there were a few places I wasn't happy with where that line went, but let's make sure we've gotten all of our interior walls and all of the void walls drawn in, and then we're gonna take a look at any little areas where we see this background peeking through. I tell you what, I kid, but I don't. I really enjoy playing virtual now. I enjoy being able to, number one, not have to drive to go to the store, 20 minutes down, 20 minutes back. The inevitable, if the kids are with, they're like, hey, can we stop and get something to eat? So it always becomes like, let's spend money, spend time on the road, usually 30 or 40 minutes because it's rush hour to get there. I really enjoy not having to deal with that stuff. You know what I mean? And let's face it, I can game without putting pants on. That's like the dream. All right. So let's see if the background is peeking through anywhere. This is like our quality control portion. See, there it is. I admit I kind of got burned out with in-person D&D, and here's why. I've run Adventures League for, well, before it was like Encounters and Expeditions. Then it became Adventures League, and I've been doing that 8, 9 years now, something like that. So every Wednesday, I'm going to the store and playing with 170 people coming in. And since I run it, I also have to deal with the crazies when I have to kick them out, and deal with all of the inevitable stupid crap that ends up happening, right? Then we were also playing Saturdays because Saturdays was Expeditions Day. That was every Saturday going down. At that, we only reserved 3 tables, so we only had like 30 people I had to deal with, but you still had ridiculous stuff happening. And then Sundays. And this went on for like 7 years, 8 years. I really, really got burned out at playing in person. And then we had our private game where we'd have people come over the house on Fridays. So this has been, it's been a massive load off my shoulders because I don't deal with craziness anymore. I mean, the fact that I haven't had to, go over and tell somebody you can't role play an autoerotic asphyxiation fantasy at a public gaming event, you fucking moron. I mean, I've had to do this kind of shit. I've had to kick people out for saying, a guy my age to his 20-year-old girl saying he wishes he was in the Human Centipede because he wanted to be sewed to her ass. I mean, it's been a massive relief for me not playing in person. So, one day I may be happy to go back and play in person, but, and the shit that I've put up with at conventions, because I used to run gaming at Acon in Dallas, the D&D games, just the shit that I would put up with from crazy motherfuckers. I really don't want to deal with other people's children at this point. You know what I mean? The stuff that you have to put up with at live, in-person, public play sessions is bad. Now, I vet my table with people if I invite to like a personal game. But you know what I mean? Well, there are times when I didn't handle it that well, where some guy decided he wanted to role play raping somebody in the game, and I cut him off. And he's like, well, at the end, I'll just throw a gold piece down. Then it's like, I paid for it. It's not rape. I said, you have exactly 30 seconds to pack your shit up and leave. He started giving me stuff. I said, we burned 10 seconds. At 30, I'm coming over the table and I'm ripping your fucking throat out. And he left. But I can only deal with shit so much so often. And there are times when I lose my temper, I see blood, and I'm ready to go over the table and just knock somebody the fuck out. And when I get called over because somebody's doing that kind of shit at another table, I'll take them aside and say, leave the store and don't ever fucking come back. And I tell them, I even shoot a picture. I'm like, I'm giving this to the people up front. If you show up again, they'll call the police and you will be removed. But you know what I mean? It's stuff that I should never have to do. Nobody should have to do. Ever. I mean, if my daughter had have been playing at the table at the time, I would have probably killed him on the spot. I would have beaten the fuck out of him for pulling that shit. We're going to do it this way and hope the map doesn't flood. Let's start laying the water down. Yeah, that's just not the world we live in. And then this is the question I have for you. You know, why is it? I mean, I've been to cons and I had this one fucking loser come in and playing an elf. Now this was also like under 5th edition, right? So there's no need to be wearing a chainmail bikini. But of course that's what his nubile elf, as he described it, would be wearing. And if there was water, they'd be frolicking, and he's describing how their breasts are bouncing and all this kind of shit. Why is it that it's the 400-pound neckbeard that's going to sit there and do that? Explain that to me. I don't think that can be explained. And that's another when I said, you have a very limited amount of time to get out here while you can still walk. I paid to play. You're going to pay your hospital bill too. Get the fuck out. Because, I mean, people were uncomfortable. Nobody needs to deal with that shit. But that's almost always what you're dealing with. And there were times that, I had fun at the con. I enjoyed running. I mean, when we were playing 4th edition, that was the current thing. That was, the weekly sessions were called encounters, right? And then you had other things that would come out. What the hell were they called? I forget what the modules were called, but they were a lot of fun. And you'd go to conventions, and since that was the current system, that's what we were running, that's what we would play. So you get the inevitable come over, oh, are you playing Pathfinder? Are you playing 3.5 or whatever? And it's like, no, we're playing 4th edition. Oh, 4th edition sucks. I'm like, the question you had to ask would be, have you ever played 4th edition? The answer was always, no, but I heard it sucks. I'm like, okay, well, if you want to play D&D, that's what we're playing here. Why don't you do this? Sit down. We have pre-generated characters. We'll explain the rules once everybody's ready. And, play for a half hour, an hour. If you're not having fun, leave. You don't have to play it. But if you really want to play, this is your option. And 100% of the time, you'd get done. They're still sitting there 3 hours later as we finish up. And they go, I had a lot of fun. And it's like, I could have told you that. It's not the system. It's whether or not you're playing and having fun. So, think next time before you're like, I only play this because this one sucks or everything else sucks. You can have fun playing anything. And every time it was the same thing. They'd be like, wow, I really had fun. And it was, you were able to turn people onto something that they had been told sucks. And it was just a different system. It didn't suck. It was just different than what they were used to doing. There are some systems that I I think suck, but for different reasons. Um, and I'd rather make that determination on my own than have somebody say, that system sucks. And you're just like, okay, I believe you. See, I started playing back in the late 70s. So I've played editions from first edition, everything forward, right? And I've had fun playing a lot of systems. Like I said, there are one or two systems that, just because, in my opinion, they were a little too warped for words, that I haven't had fun playing. But I give everything a chance. And then if it's not the system for me, it's like, you know what, let's move on. And if it's somebody else running it and that's what they want to play, then I may bow out and say, thanks for the opportunity, but, I'm just not digging this. But you got to give it a chance. I mean, like I said, played from GURPS to all kinds of stuff. That is exactly true. And I mean, we had fun playing 4th edition, 5th edition, Pathfinder, GURPS, and our weekend game is where we've experimented with more systems, where we're playing, with our private group. And pre-pandemic, we had a group that we would meet in person also for like 8 years and play. And we've tried a lot of different systems. And even on systems that we weren't enamored of, we had fun playing because it was a group that liked to play together. So now let's be honest, there are some systems that are bad enough that the group may not help. There was one that my son wanted to play. It was okay as a one-off, but I would not play it long term, called Shadow of the Demon Lord. I mean, the first time that he cast this spell where the end result is your junk falls off, I'm like, what the fuck kind of system is this? It was a horror system, but come on. And I'm pretty much done with this. We'll finish the campaign, and everybody else kind of got done with it as we went along because there was so much warped shit in there, right? So we played it as a one-off, and that was the end. I don't know. Perhaps there are people out there who their dream system lets them cast a spell that makes your junk fall off. That would be the system for them. But come on, that's just not that system. I mean, 3.5 and Pathfinder, they're pretty much the same. I mean, Pathfinder is basically D&D 3.75, and then now this new rule set that they've gone to, Pathfinder 2. I'll be honest, I think it's funny. This is where, like, the Pathfinder fanboys and girls confuse me, because they hated 4th edition the way it was made, and Pathfinder 2 smells a lot like 4th edition. you know, with some other stuff thrown in. So Pathfinder 2 really moved away from feeling like D&D 3.5 to being a mix of like 4E and a bunch of other game systems that are not even remotely related to D&D 3.5, if you know what I mean. So, I mean, they were so against 4th edition, and then now because it's got the Pathfinder label on it, they're like, oh, this is the best thing since sliced bread. And it's like, you do realize This is just like that system you swore you'd never play. I mean, we gave Starfinder a try. I think the most fun we had in that system was the ship-to-ship combat. I think some of the players at the table did not like the potential lethality, because you could run into like a room full of space goblins, which are no different than when you run into normal goblins, right? In D&D, it's usually, hey, we can kill these fuckers. Well, those things were just murdering you at low level. Deadly freaking encounters. But in the end, let's face it, it's all going to come down to, like we said, the group dynamic. You know, every DM is not going to suit how everybody wants to play, how every player wants to play. And some players aren't going to fit well with DMs, where the DM is not going to want them at their table. So it's going to come down to you finding a group and that group working with you. If it's a DM, and I don't think it's a reasonable expectation ever for a group to expect a DM to change their DMing style to fit the group. Either that DM's a good fit or it isn't. And you have to be ready to accept that. I mean, I've told people over the years, I've DM'd for decades, and I'm not changing my style to fit somebody's expectations. It's like when people come in and they're like, oh, well, you're not running like Matt Mercer. I'm like, well, fucking call Matt Mercer and see if he has an opening. That's not how I run. It's just, you know, we all have our own way of running a table, our own way of playing NPCs, handling combat, and that way may not fit every player's expectations. And that's fine. It's like when I coached ice hockey. I had my way of coaching. It either worked for you or it didn't. But if you were going to play for me, you're going to play the way I expected. All right, now this is going to be a test right here. We're going to go up. We're going to go ahead and not fill these voids with water in this zone. We're going to go around this island. And then hopefully when we go around the other side, hopefully it doesn't flood that island. This was a common issue that I had with this. Where, right what I'm doing right now, it would cause the entire room to flood. So let's see. And it did it. See that? It flooded. Fuck. See? That flooded there. I'm going to do this so it's not on that center line. Let's see if that does it. It's still going to do it. So we don't want this filling in here. We have to find the zone that doesn't flood that. And it's weird. Sometimes you'll come in and you'll do it like this. It's right there. That's the spot, isn't it? Sometimes if you slowly come in here and fill, see right there is our flood zone. It's like right here. So what we're going to do is get this whole room done, and then we're going to see. It's really weird. What I've found is sometimes you can make it not do that weird ass flooding by going in chunks. See, that flooded there. See, now I didn't fill that in. Let's do this. It is going to do it no matter what, isn't it? So I think what we're going to end up having to do let's see what happens here. Nope. I want to zoom out and see how bad the flooding is. So it's filling this area in, and it's filling that, right? Let's watch this 18 here. I'm going to turn this thing down a lot. We want that to stay where it's gravel. So we're going to do this. That gravel flooded. All right, so what we're going to have to do, because this is going to flood no matter what, we're going to let this flood in. I'm not going to be happy about it, but we're going to let it flood. There it is. Then we're going to... See, that flooded there. There's nothing I can do about that. See, it didn't even fill in there, but it did flood here. Stupid thing. And then we're going to have to redraw that island. And we're going to do it like this. Now, we won't be able to see the numbers, so we're going to have to look at the map when we start actually decorating this stuff out. So, let's do it. And this, it's one of the reasons that, especially on a map like this, you want to make sure you're doing your layers below water. Now we're going to set up layer 1 here. And there's our island. And then we need this to be shoreline, like a little tiny cave. There's our tiny cave. Now we'll take a look, pull the trace image off. That looks like that. This is just totally flooded. That's fine, I don't give a shit. Are there any other flooded zones? That's a flooded zone, but that's an interior wall. This will bother me, but will live. So there aren't any major issues. This is all interior wall. It's a little bit flooded, that's fine. Before, what we've seen happen with this, there have been some really weird tears that have happened where, like, you'll finally fill in here and then you'll see like this line of water shoot up from here to there. Doesn't flood the whole map, but it creates this weird freaking line of water. It is what it is. It's what we have to work with. So we're going to put the water in here where it goes. Is it there already? We're going to zoom in. Yeah, you can see it's got that water effect. I wish that would transition over to our map that we get to play with. Yeah, it's water. And what happens is it shouldn't flood through those walls. They should contain it, but sometimes it doesn't. So I have to live with that. And if you look, when we bring the trace image up, see where it flooded here, this is all mountain. So it doesn't matter that that flooded. If this was a zone like this, where you were actually going to be able to go in there, it would matter. But like this is like a column inside the cave. This is mountain. These are all just tunnels carved out. So at this point, we have the water where it needs to be, and where it flooded are interior walls. So we're going to let that go. This here is a passageway that they swim under. I don't know why I'm doing it. I'm doing my hand like this. Like you could see me doing that. But they swim under from here to here. If you want them to be able to do that, I think what I did on the map the first time was this. I kind of went here. and here. And then let's go ahead and put some water right in there. That way you have the option of putting the players so that they can swim underneath. Did you see what that fucking did? Did you see that? Watch this. So these were flooded, right? Watch. These were flooded. Making this decision right here? Creating that swimming zone got rid of the water that flooded. I have no idea what just happened, but now the map is not flooded. That is crazy. But you know what? We're going to take it. I've never seen doing that correct this. I've never seen that happen. So I'm going to put the texture underneath there. Oh my God. That was an amazing fix that I didn't even intend to happen. Hopefully this doesn't do anything to negatively impact our not a fix. I'm sorry, but that's incredible that it fixed it. Anybody that's watched me do maps enough knows that this being flooded in that other zone, it would have bothered me till my end of days. Let's see. Hold on. I think we can do it. There's the Thor. He's hiding. I can't believe it. I'm not going to touch anything else. Hold on. Now, I am super curious now. So, we drew around this, right? I want to see if I take this layer off. Look, it's the way it should be. See, it's dry land now. Did it fix our island? It fixed our island too. I can't even believe that. I cannot even believe that. That is hilarious. See, now we can see our zones. I guess the next time I'm just going to have to draw some random water in a wall and see if it fixes it. That is too funny for words. All right. Scatter tool. Oh, stone isn't going to do it. I would have never in a million years assumed that that would have fixed anything. First time we did this map, I remember the incredible amount of stress that I had because that thing kept doing crazy stuff. All right, so rocks. We need this to be underwater. And we're going to lay these down, and then I'm going to pull the trace image off and see if it looks okay. We're doing a little smaller than we normally would. So I want to see how it looks. Hey, Commander Strain, how's it going? I've always had a tendency to do these rocks a little bit bigger, but I think we're just going to go with small pattern. It's going to mean we're going to put more down than normal, but that's fine. I am doing well. Tiny, you've got the Thor cam. Thor is being shy. Aren't you, Thor? I'm surprised Jelly hasn't been clawing at the door like, I must come in. Not Jelly, what am I saying? Tell you what, seeing those, that rat terrier, the vet, still has my head messed up. He is a cute little bastard. Yeah, I know. I told you I saw that ratty boy at the vet when we went last Friday. It messed with me ever since. Then we had a new follower, and they followed me on Twitter too. And I looked at their profile, and one of the first things that's in there is him laying there with his rat terrier laying on his back beside him. I'm like, oh my God, the universe is conspiring against me. Yeah, exactly. You know me, Tiny. Losing Jelly broke my cold black heart. Yeah, I've said to the wife a couple times, I'm like, there's a breeder over there in Fort Worth. Got a litter of ratties coming in another week. I might put a deposit down. Thor doesn't like hearing about that. He's walking away snorting. It's like, there could only be one ratty. Right, Thor? This is where it really gets even more tedious than the dots of drawing lines. The dots of putting rubble underwater. We're going to make it a little more sparse than we normally do. Let's take the trace image off one more time. Let's take a look and see how that's looking. I think that's good. I mean, the only thing we could do to make it even more random would be maybe select more than one rock item at a time. I'm not worried about absolute randomization, though. We usually fill this with a lot more stones. We're going to do it a little differently. Make it a little less busy. And my oldest dog has been doing her best to drive everybody crazy lately. She's 18 going on 19. I generally don't let her come in here. She has a tendency to like pace around and then pee on the carpet. So that's kind of a no-no. Definite no-no. But the other night when I'm sitting there trying to cook dinner and my wife starts yelling. She's like, "Oh my God." I have never seen this before, and I assume it takes a special skill set to do it. But she's sitting there, drinking water, and urinating at the exact same time. It's like, come on. All I could do was laugh. Craziest thing I've seen in a while. Yeah, but normally if it's a human that's been there, done that, it's like they're chugging down beer or some kind of alcohol and pissing at the same time. That's a special drunken skill set. I can say I've never been that far gone that I've felt the need to drink and pee at the same time. See, I've never been a heavy drinker. Oh shit, did we lay water down over there? We didn't. This could fuck everything up. Come on. It didn't fuck everything up. I was scared of that. I mean, I'm guessing you didn't see my response to somebody last night. They put something up. What's something that everybody likes that you hate? And my response was beer. Yeah, it's just not my thing. I could never acquire a taste for that. It just doesn't taste good to me. But I'll drink scotch or bourbon once in a while. Not beer, though. The only time I'll buy beer is if there's a recipe that I want to use it for. Because it can be useful for like seasoning or a marinade. But, nah. And honestly, most of the alcohol that I have here is there for recipes. It's like vodka, that's there for some dishes, like Italian dishes that we'll cook. Bourbon for bourbon chicken, stuff like that. Guess the exception is the scotch, because I kind of like scotch. But that's still like once every 3 months. Not big into drinking. Probably has a lot to do with it that I wasn't really around it that much when I was a kid either. My dad had a real low tolerance for it, so he wouldn't drink because he would be sick as a dog. Even if he just, didn't even drink until he was drunk, he would just get sick as fuck. So, just wasn't really part of what we did. Well, it's funny. I mean, I used to play. I mean, I coached hockey for years, and then I would play in men's leagues and play hockey. And part of that culture. I mean, there's a reason they call it beer league, because after you get done playing hockey, the guys will usually bring a cooler. They'll sit around in the parking lot, drink beer. Um, you know, male bonding bullshit. And I'd go. I would bring Tiny, can you guess what I would bring with me when they would do that stuff in the fucking parking lot? I'll give you a clue. You've seen my Instagram. I would bring a grill and I would cook. And the guys loved me for it. That and the fact that I was the best goalie in the league and we always won our games. Yep, I would bring a grill. There was no other option. You know, if I was lazy, I'd bring a grill and just bring a bunch of hot dogs and buns. Sometimes bring hot dogs and burgers for the night. Um, I even there was one point where I got like some massive bread and I made giant subs and brought them in a cooler for after we got done. Dad used to be a lot faster. I mean, it's sad. I'm still faster than my fucking son, and that's with me slowing down. Yeah, I think the only thing that would get on my team's nerves is I was also the leading player for penalty minutes in a game because I would fight, and that's not normal for a goalie. But I never had to serve time in the box, so it didn't bother me. Did we get all the rocks in? I think we got all the rocks in. We're going to look. I think I have all the walls, all the water, the rocks that go in there. Yeah, you can't be in the box. You know, somebody else that was on the ice at the time, they'll serve the penalty for you, and I just have to kill the penalty. And by the time I was pissed off enough to commit a penalty, that was always a good thing. If I got angry, nothing got past me. It's like the more pissed off I get, the more focused I get. All right, we're going to do this now. All right, so this is the path tool. And we need a cliff. Why is it not giving me the... It gives me the tooltip when I move this away. So I think I need the cave cliff with no shadow. Let's see which direction the edge is. That way. All right. I think I need to take the width down just a little bit. Is that going to do it? All right, there's that one. Then I think going back this way will get the edge up there. I feel like I need it to be just a little wider. Let's redo both of those, take it up to 0.75, or roughly 0.75. All right. Then we need this down here. Weak knees and shaking everywhere. See, for me, stress situations, something where I'm angry enough to get in a fight, I focus. It's crazy. It's like I go into full-on combat mode. Do we like that? I don't know if I like that. I won't disagree there, Tiny. All right, so that goes down to that. And then we need like a tree here. I should have a downed tree. I should have, but guess what? I don't. I mean, I do. It's just not there. So I know we're going to need bodies. Dead bodies. We're going to need the glyphs. We'll probably need that. I'm not sure about the mine stuff. It's possible, so let's pull that in. See this, the trees, I think that has like a fallen tree, but there are a couple of possibilities for that. We're going to need fungi down here. Pull the tile set in. That for our north-south symbol. Maybe. I'm pretty sure I have one other thing that has. Yeah, we need weapons and shields. Pull that in. We need the spell reagents. I know there's some furnishings that we're going to need. I like that rubble pack. We're going to pull that in because I think there's some broken wood. So we've done this map once before, and I'm trying to remember everything we might need in here. Creators post might have something that one guy that I know is up there will have. And let's pull the textures in. So we'll accept. Then we will save. Then we do save as. You always double down on your saves. Otherwise, shit can be messed up. All right, so now we have to reopen and pull all of that stuff that we just pulled in. So, no, what do you think? Do we keep the camera like this even on the gaming? Maybe? All right. See, like what they're showing here are mostly branches. I need a tree trunk, and I know that I have a tree trunk in here. You know, a fallen tree. Now where it went... And sometimes it doesn't show up there. You have to go over here to tags. It's really stupid. Let's do trees. Not it. And tree. See, look. There's a log. But I think the issue is, this is why I don't want to use it. It's a different art style. There's a log. These work. Now for this, we're going to downsize it. We're going to use the mouse. Turn snap off because that's messing with us. There we go. All that for a log. I'm curious. Yeah, it doesn't change it. What's the matter, Thor? Thor is making upset noises. Why are you hiding your face? He has his face behind a bow and quiver over there now. Who let the dogs out? He won't be able to see it, so let's, look. He's being a true goober. He's being very silly. I didn't think we would get this far this quickly today. It would have taken us much longer if this hadn't have magically repaired the map. So I'm going to pull up... I need to pull up D&D Beyond now. Let's take a look at let's take a look at, I know there's some slimes and stuff we need in here, and we're going to make that with water, I think. Now this is where normally I would think about going to the other screen, but I can't change HDMI inputs or else our voice will go out of sync. I can't explain that. So this is level 4. Trying to remember where the slimes are. Might have to read the room descriptions. So right now we're just trying to get the things out of the way that require detail as far as drawing. All right, 15 slippery slope. Slime coated floor slopes toward an underground river. Lying in the slime are the putrid corpses of 3 Kuato and 4 troglodytes, of course. So that's number 15. Let's find that. So I think we need to have slime going all the way down from like here to here. Now this is where we're going to have to be careful. If I let the slime touch this water, since we're going to use the water to make the slime, it'll turn all the water into it. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to slime the room mostly down and into this. It doesn't say you're going to slide into the water, but it slopes toward the river. So I think that's how we'll do it. Yeah, for some reason Thor is just being very silly. He's angry at the world today. All right, so let's look up a hex code for slime. So like what, slime green? And we're going to need this in multiple places. This is 65FF00. Shoot. This should fill it all out, so it does that. And then let's take a look. Does that look slimy? Last time we used something else, it looked slimier, but he may be mad at me. You know what? They all get mad at Dad. What can I say? He keeps hearing me talk about ratties. And he just huffed the minute I said that. And he's like the ratties are like the Highlander. There can be only one. That's better. The movement won't be there when we're done. So that's just the water effect inside the map. But once we've got all the stuff in here, it'll just look like a slimy room. You know what I mean? Favorite level? Well, I haven't played all the way through. I've mapped a lot of the levels. I'll tell you one of the maps. As far as mapping, I'll show you a map that I really liked. One of the maps that I really liked doing, and I kind of liked how it all looked. Where is that? There were two maps I've done recently that I kind of liked. There's this one. And I liked the descriptions and how they were designed. It'll take a minute or two. So, Dwemer Core. What's going on here? We finished this. What happened to the stuff that's in here? Didn't we finish it? Am I smoking crack? We might not have finished this. I thought we finished it. Let me take a look. Now I'm worried. Yeah, we finished it. I must have opened up the wrong file or something. Let's do this. Yeah, here it is. So this map, I enjoyed doing this map. See, it looks better once you can see everything that's actually in it. And then there's another one. We're going to do the actual open. Is that it? I think this is it. This is it. This is the Crystal Labyrinth, where you've got the Stardock and everything. And I ended up making the background wrapped up in the Stardock theme. I mean, it's a simple map, but like this, where you have the drop down with the cloudy area with those crystals. It was a nice level to make. And then, you know, this Stardock where you've got the dragon that hangs out checking on the where the infants are kept and all. You know, the fussy dragon. And I really liked doing this level. It was a lot of fun. You know, and here's dragon eggs in here. The false eggs and the real egg. But there was a lot of stuff in here that I enjoyed making this map. Fucking dragon scales everywhere. So this was I mean, there were some things in here that were kind of gimpy. The number of tables per size of the room didn't make sense. There were things that didn't make sense in the description, but I still enjoyed making this map. And this was the first map that I started doing the newer map making technique that I'm doing that makes it look nicer. And it's why I'm going back and redoing some of the old maps, because, you know, I wasn't happy with how they were looking. What's that other map? I did the other map in the way that I used to do them. I'm trying to remember the level. Is this it? No, that's not it. I end up jumping around so much, I've got to try to remember. That's not it. Is this it? Yeah. I liked making this level. I mean, this is one of the arch gates, and it's made of like scrap metal. There's not really a scrap metal thing to use, but what I ended up doing was there's like a flame trap, and once I adjusted with like multiple levels of grays down to almost black, I figured out that I could make it look like piles of metal and scrap. And then once I like here you kind of see water, but the water itself, once the map's flattened out, makes it look like it's smashed and melted together. So this is like one of the arch gates in here, which you can see the gate going across. I was really happy with how that map turned out. And even though it's using that cave tool and I hate it, I'm not going to redo this map because I'm pleased with everything else on it. So this is another level that I really liked the level. I mean, I'd like to redo some of this stuff, but I'm not going to worry about it. And this was another one where there's this scrap pile. And there's a building built on top of a scrap pile. It was just fun to make, and I think it turned out nice. So I mean, those are some of the levels that, I mean, as far as, you know, mapping and all, they really turned out nice. Like I said, this water effect goes away and it helps blur that metal together once it's flattened. Well, I appreciate that. But right now you'll notice there'll be some differences in the art styles on some of the maps. I'll even end up going back and redoing probably level 1 and 2. I've redone 3. I'm redoing 4. I think 5 is fine. Let's take a look. I mean, they're not bad. Yeah, I think Willowwood's fine. Again, it's a mix of wall styles, but I'm not going to redo Willowwood. It's a single map. It works well. Like I said, the only issue I have is, and these walls will pop in eventually, you know, we use that cave digging technique for a lot of this, and I'm not overtly pleased with it. For some reason, the walls are not loading in right now. There they are. But like, see, these were the cave walls we used before. Now the cave walls I prefer that we're using. But I'm telling you what, this map here, because of the forest and all, the detail to get all the stuff, I mean, these are tons of assets piled on top of tons of assets to get it the way I wanted it to look. Now, if you utilize this map, what I would say is you're going to want to go in, especially if you're using Foundry. I've gone in on this map when I ran it with my group, and I put in terrain walls so that I didn't do trees from overhead. I did tree trunks so that the map would be open where they could see what was on the ground. But I would put terrain walls inside of each of these tree trunks so it does impede line of sight, because it would. You can't see through. These things are what, 10-foot wide trees? You can't see through that. But there's so much detail in this thing. I would really, really hate to redo this. And then, I mean, if your group's smart, they'll never go to this building. Because that's where there's a dragon sitting on top of it with the sword in its head. And honestly, it would be an evil act to kill the dragon to take the sword out, because the sword turns what should normally be an evil dragon into a good dragon. And it's under the protection of Willow, the fucking druid that's here. And Willow should be able to wipe out pretty much any party that comes in. So if they're smart, they'll cooperate. They'll meet Willow. She'll say, leave the dragon alone. He's not bothering anybody, or I will murder you all. And that's how I handled it personally. But yeah, there's so many minor details throughout this map because there are like torches and weapons and broken shit here from all the people that have tried to fuck with this forest. I do try to guide my players to do the right thing. I mean, some things there's no need to do. Killing something that would be otherwise evil that's good at this point, there's no point in killing that creature. I mean, I know that's how I would play it as a player. There's no point in killing that thing. But yeah, this is one that I can't say I enjoyed doing it. By the time you get done dropping all that shit in there, you feel like you've got carpal tunnel syndrome going. Let's be honest. Let's see, any others? Sea Deeps was recent. And this was done full-blown using the floor and wall technique we've been doing. I mean, this generator here was fun to make. There's just so much, and we didn't have water flooding issues. But there's just so much stuff in here that was just, it's an interesting level. Your little room full of horrors. And what I did, these are supposed to be pods that are used to convert things. I figured that even though these are Iron Maidens, they actually fit for the description of the pods that they use in here. So as long as nobody notices they're Iron Maidens, you'll be fine. And we've gotten to where we're starting to make more notes and stuff on these maps than we did before. I would like to redo level 1. Just because I feel like we could make it look, you know, the dungeon level. Ooh. Why is that not there? There's level 2. Where's that file? That doesn't make sense. There it is. All right. See this, we don't have these loaded in, but this was like the first one we did for this. It's not bad, but we can make it better. And we'll redo this. This was using default assets for everything, I believe. Except for maybe those statues. Like I said, it's not bad. It's just not perfect. This level was fun when we played it. So much bad happened in my group. It was actually hilarious running it. Let's see, where is it? Like here, where there's this cursed sword. Of course, somebody picked up the cursed sword, and they still have it stuck to their hand. Which has worked out, because, you know, in this, it's pretty much the only magic weapon they found. This room became like a hallway of death. And that was that one guy that's had died like 10 times in this freaking thing. He died so much. I've never seen somebody die so much. And get the party killed or almost dead. It's amazing how much a bad player can impact a group. They've just gotten to the point where they can remove curse. No, they never thought of that. They just had shit coming out killing them. And the one guy, he just walked on down the hallway. He's like, I'm going to run real fast down the hallway. And he just fucking triggered everything. So everything triggers at once. All this shit comes out. And it's like, well, this is a party. That was a full night of combat. And he died that time too. You know, it's one of those things. You have a party member that does that kind of shit, and it's like, what was going through your fucking head? And then you look at them and you're like, oh, that's right. Nothing ever goes through your head. All right, so let's slime this room up. So that's the slime. We're not going to, like I said, we're not going to do a lot of the decorating in this, but we are going to 6-5. I'm going to set this so it's ready because we have other slime rooms to do. Yeah, that's a long combat. That took down 1 or 2 players in my group. The one who can't roll, I think she went down there, but, you know, she got converted to a werewolf early on, so. That's the only thing that keeps her alive. And I'm at the point now where I don't even care if they fail things. If they, you know, they become a werewolf or whatever. I'm just rolling with it. I've got a werewolf, I've got a were-rat, I've got freaking intellect devourers in the group. Nobody can make a motherfucking save. So, what do you do with a group that can't make saves? You just roll with it. I've kind of adapted like the intellect devourers where, you know, they're intellect devourers, they're going to do what they need to do when they run into mind flayers and this kind of stuff. They'll do exactly what they're told. But I kind of allow them to keep, because they keep their memories. I've allowed them to keep, like the one guy, he was a chaotic good monk who was trying to get money to save his orphanage. So he kind of still has that motivation, but now he's fucking evil doing it. And, you know, he still wants to fuck the party over and give more brains to the mind flayers, but he's worried about his orphanage. It is such a messed up group. It is amazing. And I'm like, all right, this is how you're going to play it because there's nothing I can do. We don't have what we need to get that shit out of your head at this point. And it comes to the group. I've never had a group that couldn't make saves like this and couldn't get out of the trouble that they're in. So I've had to adapt the group so they can keep playing and not just be like, all right, y'all have to roll fucking characters over again. You know, what else are you going to do? I know with the werewolf, that's taken care of. You know, the next time that one of them changes, the cleric that's with them will probably do remove curse. That'll take care of that. If he still lives through it. I'm making no promises. The intellect devourers. Eventually something will happen where, and I hate doing this. I've said this before. I'm letting an NPC run with their party because they're always short and they don't have a caster. So they have Drow in the party, which means that Marta Moonshadow chick who like is enamored of Drow has a reason to stick around. But I can see something happening where one of the Drow, who's like her favorite, is in danger and she casts protection from good and evil on that character, and the intellect devourer is going to pop out of their head. So that'll take care of that. Of course, they'll be dead, but that'll take care of that. Oh my God. I mean, there are all these contingencies and shit that is going to happen to this party because of their bad choices and bad rolls. It's going to be fucking awesome. Driving me crazy. So I think this room, I did say I wanted to, because watch, this water should be 65FF00, right? Look what it's not. It does not remember your settings. And I feel like that's not asking that much for it to remember the settings. Well, it says the intellect devourer retains all of their memories and stuff. So I allowed them to, because they retain the memories, to twist their character motivations. That way they're able to keep playing until I'm able to get those intellect devourers out of them. And it's going to happen. It's going to come out. They just don't know it. It's gotten to the point where, and I've got a good group. They understand character knowledge and player knowledge are two different things. So they all know, but their characters don't know. And that's, we had one intellect devourer. Of all the players to fail after the shit happened, the paladin became an intellect devourer character. The monk was the last one, and he finally figured out, he made these, I made him make rolls because all this shit was happening, and he made the rolls. He's like, I figured it out. I know that you're not right. And he opens the door, and it's a room where there are all these fucking intellect devourers in there waiting, laying in wait. And they fucked him up and they took him over. And he's like, oh my God, after a year and a half, I figured this shit out, and now I am one of us. It was hilarious. Now the new player that's the cleric, what spell was it? It was like divination. When you go in the room as a dwarf, you can get benefit of the divination spell, and this dwarf let the one dwarf come in, and he's been, he knows what's going on, but his character, he's like, do I suspect anything? I roll, and I have him roll. He fails the rolls. I'm like, no, you're clueless. So he goes in, he gets a divination spell, and the question he asks is, am I in danger with this group? And the answer I gave him was, you're safe until the full moon. And now his character's freaking out because he doesn't know who the fucking werewolf is. So, I mean, he does, but the character doesn't. So he's just trying to figure out who's what. And it's, he's going to lose his shit too. I mean, there are all kinds of things he's in danger from, but it has to be a simple answer. I mean, he kind of suspects the werewolf. He doesn't realize there's a were-rat, and the werewolf is the character who can't make rolls. So she runs around all the time yelling she's double immortal because her character is really dumb and thinks that the intellect devourer makes her better than immune to like just normal attacks like she is with the werewolf in her. And so he's like, that's got to be it. And then other characters do shit, and he's like, no, wait a minute, maybe it's them. It is fucking hilarious. All right, so what's dead in room 15? So I think what I'm going to have to do is lay some corpses down because I don't have Kuatoa and I don't have troglodytes. So I'm going to lay some corpses down and then I'm going to put some stuff over top of them to make it so that it's even more indistinguishable. I mean, I've had to improvise with this group more than in my entire playing and DMing career since the late 70s. They drive me nuts. All right, so we're going to do corpse. What's the total? 3 and 4, 7 total corpses. So I know these don't look anything like Kuatoa or the other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is how we camouflage our corpses. Most of this, here's the thing, most of the horrible things that happen with my group is just, you know, oh, I can never make a saving throw. It's just like, come on. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that didn't work because we had it on user layer 1, so we need to fix that. So there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, if they could just make saving throws, it would be all the difference in the world. But I am asking too much of them, so, you know, we won't even go there. So here we go. We're going to kind of take this down in size. So we can... Do we want to do that? Or do we want to do... Will this be better? There we go. 1... So when you don't have the right corpses, you have something like this, you can always mess with them. And then nobody will ever be able to tell that we're using human corpses for all the shit that they're not supposed to be. Where's the last one? there we go. They'll never know the difference. We will. They won't. So that takes care of slime room. And the corpses, once this is flattened out, will be subtle. So that's fine. All right, 17 has slimy water. So the issue here, I mean, we really want to make it slimy. But how are we going to make it slimy without fucking all the water up around us? So this is what happens. If we do the water brush, right? Let's just, let's do this, watch. It didn't affect it at all. So what we will do see what this does. That doesn't do anything except screw it up. Let's try this again. If we had like a pattern shape, I guess we could do this work. No, that's, well, hold on. See, that doesn't create the slime effect. And unfortunately, you know, we can't make this do that because then it fucks all the water. We can't contain it. If we could do like an invisible wall and it would actually contain it, that would be the dream. But yeah, even if we do this, you would figure it would contain it, but it makes everything do the exact same thing. What does this do? So this might be one of those zones where it's you telling your group what's there, because with the water brush, there's only one water level. Ideally, they would have like a the ability to put it on level 1, but you can't. So and then this doesn't give you the option to you know, go and draw points and create that there. Now, is there something we could put underneath? But like I said, the problem here is it's just going to do that. So the water being slimy. Use your words. 18. The slimy alcove. That's up here. Floor. Every surface is covered in slime. So what we might be able to do, and this is going to be... How far in can we zoom? Pretty far. Let's see if we can get this really close, not touch that water. And it'll end up leaving a little ridge line there, right? You fucker. It's not even touching. Watch. See, it's not even touching. So this is in that zone where, if you remember, everything changed color before. So we're not going to be able to do like what we did here. There's no river here where it affected it. But over here, we've got, this is in that flood zone. So if I put water where there is no water, it's going to do that. Yep, even taking the blend distance down does not make a difference. Let's take a look here. Making a map for level 4 of Dungeon of the Mad Mage, a D&D adventure. See, the map that's provided with the adventure is this. It's just ugly from the get-go. It's black and white, plain. So we're going in and fixing those maps. And making them so they're playable. And look like what the description says. How's it going, Cryo Chamber? So this will be another one. Use your words. It's slimy. I can't make the slime there. I don't think I did the slime there the first time for the same reason, because this chamber flooded. And the same thing happened. Just browsing. Sounds like a plan. Hopefully you had a good day. Let's see, 19. Let's find 19. There's a beachhead there. This is supposed to be slimy. Let's see if we can do that. There's no flooding happening here. This is just causing me stress. Let's do this. See, we can do that here. It's that flood zone. It's that damned flood zone. Beach is littered with dead crabs and fish. I don't know that I have dead crabs and fish. Might have to end up doing this several times. As I have a feeling we're going to end up touching. We didn't touch it. So that'll be our slimy beach. Let's see if we can get even tighter there. I'm probably pushing it by doing this. Well, that's pretty damn close. Pretty damned close. All these textures end up creating a little bit of a line. So I'm thinking we can get away with this. Look at that. You just need to be just outside the line from the other water. And then we're going to take the trace image off. Let's see how it looks. I think that's acceptable. Can barely notice it. We've got this little bit right here. I want to get rid of this. See if we can do it. Yep. All right, so that's good. We're going to leave that slime-filled area like that. It's like you're dancing a fine line there. So I don't think I have crabs, but that doesn't sound right, does it? These things don't have to be pretty. All right, see if we have a crab. I'm not going to cry if we don't. Oh, there's a crab. Look at that. There we go. They'll flatten out and they'll look fine. And then it says if they search the beach, they'll find 2 fishing nets. That's a search and you find. We're not going to put them there because they have to search to find it. I'm curious if we have this. Nope, no caltrops. That's fine. So let's save this. I'm going to go in. So, I mean, here's what we have right now, right? Definitely doesn't look bad. But let's take a look at, I'm going to show you this section that we did the first time. And this is a definite improvement. Plus the fact that it's not 2 maps. And there were only 2 maps where we did this, where we did the slicing up, I believe. So here we go. Twisted Caverns bottom. See, this is that zone the first time we did it. So definitely will look nicer. See, in this we had worse assets, so we dumped these things in there and we threw a bunch of rocks on them. We put like this we put one of these old, was it the pattern shape? No, I know what we did. We did a material brush. We put some shit down there, then we put water on top of it, then we did that. And I feel like what we're doing now definitely looks better as far as the slime. And definitely better there. Now we know we've got like this whole room of slime along this zone. And we just did something that it's got to be 2 point. Did we move it? I think we moved it by accident. Yeah, we did. Let's make sure it's lined up. There we go. That's the danger with the trace image. Let's get the hell out of there. So we're going to need the water brush again. This is... All right, so that's 19. All right, so 20 is all slime, right? Where's 20? That's 20. So we need to slime this room. We need to slime 21. (22) is not slimed. So 20 and 21A and B are slimed. So we're going to start by doing just the edge here and see if we can get it as close as possible again. All right. We can get closer. Seriously? Too close. All right, I think that's as close as we can get there. That's good there. All right, now we can zoom out and let's slime this thing in. All right, need to come down here. So that's 20, 21. 22, uneven flooring. Fungi. 23. Fungi patches. 24. Every surface of these caves covered with slime. I know where that is. That's this bottom run right here. So hopefully we can get this to work without any weird flooding again. And I am always dubious that we're going to have some weird flooding happen. All right, nothing strange yet. If I remember right, this thing's going to go all the way up to the water again, so we're going to have to be careful there. I definitely like doing it this way better. The old slime that we did on this level, it just looked bad. And we're probably asking too much to ask for like a slime brush. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It did some weird shit. That's the tearing I've talked about. Looks like it's coming from this. I'm just checking to see if there's some weird light leak here. Let's add a couple more points. No leak. We're going to do this in little bits and see what breaks it. Nothing. See, that's when it misbehaves. I mean, you saw what we did. We came in, instead of doing a big area, we broke this into little bits, and it didn't do it again. Now, it's not to say once we close in down here, it's not going to do it. Yeah. But what I'll generally do is I'll throw a couple of extra wall dots in, and then I'll come in and do piece by piece, and that usually fixes it. You know, there was that little shadow overlap up there. I don't know what was creating that either. So I tried to go ahead and see if we couldn't fix it by just playing with the dots. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. All right, let's see how much tighter we can get here. It's like we're dancing with that line. There's a very fine line there. All right, I'm going to say that's good. It's just a dividing line. It's nothing obvious. So let's zoom out, make sure there's no weird tears happening again. I want to say that's all for the slime. That's all for the walls. We fixed... I still have no idea how we fixed it, but that's fixed. I'm not going to complain either, because it might hear me. There's no slime up here. Let's just look at the first couple of rooms again. And if there happen to be any other weird things to draw up there, we'll get them in there. And then I think it's just down to next time we work on this map, we're going to start decorating. Fungi forest. More fungi, so it's just normal cave floor. Fungi and piercers. That's the alchemist room is number 4. Number 5. Crystal cavern. 6 is just uneven floor with bits of chewed up armor and bone. So that's going to be a pile of crap. Another fungi room. Nothing in 8. I mean, there's stuff in 8, but nothing we need to worry about with what we're doing right now. 9 is up there. That's a drider room, so that's going to be webs. 10 will be more webs and an arch. 11 is an arch gate. I think 11A. There's a ridge there, so we'll have to build that. There's stumps in 12. 13 is a forest of zirkwood. And we're doing trunks instead of putting the zirkwoods in. And that's it. We actually got our base layout done without anything extremely catastrophic. So let's take this down again. I mean, my personal opinion is that slime is better than what we had before. Water looks good. The corpses are subtle in here. So I think we're good to go. I am much more pleased with how this map is going to turn out than what we had before. So I got 4 minutes before it's dog pill time. What is this notification? So and it was almost 5 hours to lay this out. So that's the big difference. Before, using the cave tool, we would have had this thing cut out without a problem. The issue would have been the water flooding, figuring out this. A large portion of what we did today was doing the base layout, fixing the flooding, figuring out the slime. Using base assets and stuff, we probably could have gotten this done quicker, but it wouldn't be as nice. So next week, we're going to finish this map. We'll put all the stuff each one of the slime rooms has stuff kind of buried under the slime, or in the slime, we should just say. And so that's like just laying down a whole lot of stuff. But it's a good start. We're going to finish this next Wednesday. Tomorrow, there's no May the 4th or any weird stuff happening. So we're going to use our randomizer. And we actually added a 10th game in. Let's see what happens today if we just run random. So, there we go. The randomizer works. We're not going to complain. Whatever pops up when we start the stream tomorrow is what we will play. Titanfall is in the rotation. I added that. It's basically a text file. It's got 10 lines. It had 9 lines in it. I added Titanfall as a 10th line. We'll see what pops. And, you know, as we finish, add, delete games, I can change the randomizer in a matter of seconds just by adding or deleting lines. So it's really convenient. All right, everybody. We will be on tomorrow. I'm going to have to get off at like 2 o'clock. Got to take my daughter for a doctor's appointment, and then she's getting her second COVID shot. So we will be finishing right at 2 promptly tomorrow. And then Friday, we're going to play probably Call of Duty all day. If anybody wants to jump in and play, they'll be welcome, because it'll be Play with Viewers Day. But it'll be, if you watch me play COD, it's going to be a shit ton of fucking team deathmatch. So everybody have an awesome day. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see what we end up playing. We'll probably just chat for like 10 minutes and then run the randomizer and see what hits. So have an awesome day, everybody, and we'll catch you next time.